Welcome to round 5 of the Motorsport Ireland National Karting Championship here at Whiteriver International Kart Racing Circuit in County Louth. After 4 fiercely contested rounds, the championship reaches a crucial stage of the season, with every point becoming increasingly valuable as drivers battle for the class honours and championship glory. Whiteriver's fast-flowing 1.2-kilometre circuit is one of Ireland's premier karting venues, demanding precision, commitment and consistency from every competitor. Today's event brings together the country's top karting talent across the IAME and Rotax categories, from the sport's youngest rising stars taking their first steps in national competition to experienced senior racers chasing championship success. We are live with the first heat of the Rotax Micromaxes. We had a flag round, and this is the first round now at this track. And we have a little off, but the driver rescued it. So as the drivers cross the start line, now we have the fastest lap time set by Nicholson, followed by Williamson, Harper, McKiernan, Duvant, Darcy, Monaghan, Ty Lee, Jones, Murray, Patterson, Cassells, Lee Bolster, Lyons and Daly. 15 entrants into this race. Currently leading the championship is Michael Darcy. He took part in all the races and finished all the races up to now, followed by Dawson Jones, Cooper Duvant, Robbie Lyons, Alex Murray, Ben Nicholson, Harry Tyley, Ollie McKiernan, Noah Cassells, Ben Daly, Ollie Williamson, Rian Spratt, Jude Lee Bolster, Matthew Patterson, Mason Monaghan, Jack Harper, Augustus Judosius, Charlie O'Connell and Cian Oxley. The drivers just passed the start line again. Williamson is currently leading, followed by McKiernan, Harper, Nicholson and Duvant in the top 5. Williamson, the Portadown man, started out on a Yamaha quad, then moved to a Ninja kart and races ovals at 6 in Scotland, England and Northern Ireland. He got 4th in the Rotax Micromax Round 1 2025. McKernan did not race in RMC in 25. He's 8th in the championship currently. He raced Notts Corner, Mighty and IAME Bambino in 2025 and took part in the Super Own 2025. Both him and Ollie Williamson are into football, respectively soccer as well. Not the fastest lap there by Ollie McKernan. This is the end of this race, and it was won by Ollie McKernan, followed by Ollie Williamson. Sorry, this is the last lap now. McKernan still in the lead, followed by Ollie Williamson. Tight bunch there in the front as they head for the last corner and the start-finish line. And here's the checkered flag now. Race winner, Ollie Williamson, followed by Ollie McKernan. Then we have Harry Ty Lee. Jack Harper. Michael Darcy. Ben Nicholson. Then we have Jones, Duvant, Patterson, Monaghan, Daly, Murray, Lyons, Cassells, and Lee Bolster. On lap 9. That concludes Heat 1 of the Rotax Micromaxes, and just ahead of us here the Minimaxes are getting ready for their Heat 1. It's another 6 minutes race plus 1 lap. current championship standings. Leading the championship at the moment is Oliver Meredith, followed by Ethan Robinson, Danny Murphy, Jack Miller, Corey Lyons, Evan McLaughlin, Jude Duvant, Connor Keown, Mitchell Campton, Ben Lalu, Jaden McElhiney, Freddie Turkington. Then we have in 13th Isaac Ford, Evan Patterson, Hugh Richardson, Lily Mae McGuckin, Lewis Hazlett, Harley Bruton, Billy Green, Adamus Judicious, Ethan Dalton, John McCluskey, and Alex O'Neill. Drivers lining up in the tram tracks in the second last corner. We have Miller starting off in pole, then we have Bruton, Crampton, Richardson, Meredith, Ford, Lalu, Hendry, Hazlett, Lyons, McLaughlin, Green, and then Patterson, Duvant, Keown, Robinson, Turkington, Murphy, and Green half. These are the first times now. In the lead, we have Jack Miller. He's currently 9th in the championship, followed by Ollie Meredith, then Harley Bruton, Ben Lalu, Hazlett, Ford, McLaughlin, Lyons, Duvant, Campton, Murphy, Green, Murphy, Richardson, start-finish line here now. We have Ollie Meredith still leading. He's from Castleknock in Dublin. He's followed by Jack Miller. We have Harley Bruton, Ben Lalu. Lewis Hazlett. Evan McLaughlin. We just had a change of positions there between Danny Murphy and Jude Duvant. This is the final lap now, as the drivers are heading for the final corner. And Ollie Meredith finished the race leading with almost 6 seconds over Miller. Then we have Lyons, Murphy. Sorry, I did it again. This is the last lap. Currently leading is Ollie Meredith, followed by Jack Miller. Then we have Corey Lyons, Murphy, Bruton, Lalu, Duvant, McLaughlin, Hazlett and Ford in the top 10. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be Ollie Meredith finishing the lap way ahead of his competitors. And finishing behind him is Miller, Bruton, Murphy, Duvant, Lyons, McLaughlin, Hazlett, Ford, Robinson. Then we have Campton, Keown, Turkington, Murphy, Pedersen, Green, Hendry, Lalu, Greenalf and Richardson. That's the top 20. Next up now we have Rotax Junior Max, the first heat of their racing today. This will be a 7-minute race plus 1 lap. I hope I remember the final lap that time. So now we have the Junior Maxes lining up to do their warm-up lap ahead of their first heat. The current championship standings are Charlie Condy leading the championship, followed by TJ McKay, Ethan Barnwell, Mitchell Elliott, Liam Hagan, Jesse Ray McCauley, Brogan McDonald, Pierre Carney, Zach Battersby, Cara Heaney, Wesley Bruton, Sam McHugh, Ben McLaughlin, Charlie Blair, Ben O'Keefe, Fionn J. English, Conan Warnock, Nathan Hennessy, Charlie Ryle, and Matthew Deasy. Charlie Condie has established himself as the benchmark in Rotax Junior Max, winning 4 finals and opening up a 28-point lead over TJ McKay. Ethan Barnwell sits third and will be looking to reduce the deficit, while Mitchell Elliott and Liam O'Hagan remain in contention. With several rounds still to come, Whiteriver represents an important opportunity for the chasing pack to halt Condie's momentum. Here they are going into the final corner in the tram lines. And we go racing. The starting grid is Barnwell, English, Macaulay, Battersby, Elliott, Carney, Condie, Heaney, Bruton, McKay, O'Hagan, Lavery, and then we have McDonald, McHugh and Murphy. 15 contenders in this race. Ahead now with the fastest lap time, followed by Barnwell, English, Macaulay, Elliott, Carney, Bruton, O'Hagan, Heaney and McKay in the top 10. And then we have McDonald, McHugh, Lavery, Murphy and Battersby. track temperature today is 23 degrees and the air temperature is 15 degrees. We had a little bit of a shower earlier during the qualifying. Hopefully it'll stay dry from now on. The track seems relatively dry after that shower. Hundy still leading, followed by Barnwell, McCartney, and English along with the top 5. This is going to be the last lap now for junior maxes. Thank you to everybody who's following our live stream today on YouTube and Facebook. And thank you for your patience with us as we're trying to replace our commentator. And here's the checkered flag now. Race winner is Condy, followed by Barnwell, Macaulay, Harley, Bruton, McKay, O'Hagan, English, Elliott, Keane, Battersby, McDonald, Murphy, Lavery and McHugh. That was our Rotax Junior Maxes. And next up will be the Senior Maxes and the 177s. Another 7-minute race and 1 lap on top. The grid for the senior maxes will be Connolly, Bevan, McGivern, O'Donnell, McGivern, Quinn, Spillane, Burke, Kernohan, Taylor, Miller, McMahon. Then we have Gardner, Crane, Bolster, Mooney, Kilpatrick, McDermott, Cooney, Dowdall, McDonnell, Spratt, Kearns, O'Connell and Shields. Current championship standings in the Senior Max Championship are the following. Leading is Daniel Kilpatrick. Then we have Carter Mooney, Reuben Kernahan, Noah Taylor, Joseph McMahon, Charlie Gardner, Keith Burke, Lincoln Bevan, Ben Connolly, Dylan McDermott, Mark Quinn, Ewan Miller, Daniel Spillane, Adam Holmes, Sean Cooney, Shay Culhan, Josh McDonnell, Hugo Coleman, Jay Larkin, Aaron Coogan, Joey Kearns, Carter Kelly, Niall Murray, I should say, Robert Crane Bolster, Nadine Kavanagh and Tyler Bruton. The 177 standings are Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell, Ben McDowell, Sean Spratt, Liam Kearns, Brian Cherry, Porrick Dowdall, Dennis Cherry, Stephen O'Keefe and Simon Bowen. So the senior maxes have gone across the start line and we're now waiting for the 177. And they've just gone across as well, so you see them going to turn one here. Senior Max is now heading for the final corner. Leading is Conley, followed by Bevan, Carnahan, McGivern, McDonald, Spillane, Miller, Quinn, Gardner, Spratt, Kearns, O'Connell. McDermott in 11, Mooney, Taylor, Kilpatrick, McMahon. time. Then in 21, Sean Spratt, Kearns, O'Connell. Second with the fastest lap time this time around, but still leading is Connolly, and they're both followed by Bevan. And in the 177s, we have Ben McDowell leading, followed by Porrick Dowdle, Sean Spratt, Liam Kearns, Anthony O'Donnell, and Mark Shields. Reuben Kernahan with another fastest lap time, while Ben Connolly is still leading. Then we have Lincoln Bevan, Adam McGivern, Charlie Gardner, Dylan McDermott, Daniel Spillane, Carter Mooney, Scott McGivern, Daniel Kirkpatrick, Noah Taylor, and Ewan Miller. Followed by Joseph McMahon, Josh McDonnell, Keith Burke, Mark Quinn and Robert P.N. Bolster. Sean Cooney, then Keith Burke, the last now. In the 177, Porrick Dowdle is still leading, followed by Sean Spratt, Liam McKearns, Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Anthony O'Donnell, and Keith Burke. And we haven't had a time for Keith Burke for the last 2 laps, so we seem to have had an issue. Reuben Kernan in the lead now, followed by Ben Connolly, Lincoln Bevan, Dylan McDermott, Charlie Gardner, Carter Mooney, Daniel Kilpatrick, Adam McGivern and Noah Taylor and Joseph McMahon rounding out the top 10. In the 177s we have Porrick Dowdle, Sean Spratt, Liam Kearns, Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell and Keith Burke. Ruben Kernahan wins this race, doing another fastest lap, followed by Ben Connolly, Lincoln Bevan, Dylan McDermott, Charlie Gardner, Carter Mooney, Daniel Kilpatrick, Noah Taylor, Joseph McMahon, Ewan Miller, Daniel Spillane, Adam McGivern, Josh McDonnell, Robert Crane Bolster, Mark Quinn, Sean Cooney, and Scott McGivern. The 177s finishing the race now as well. Winner is Pádraig Dowdall, followed by Sean Spratt, Liam Kearns, Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell and Keith Burke. Next up we have the IAME Cadets. Championship leader at the moment, Ada O'Brien. After two outstanding weekends, but the championship remains finely balanced. Jack Harney is only 7 points behind, while Daniel Crowe, Matej Dabja and Joey Waters are all within striking distance. With the top six covered by just 24 points, every position will matter today in one of the closest title battles in the paddock. So here you have the starting grid. Ada O'Brien, then Frayne, Dabja, Harney, Judosius, Lankham, Spratt, O'Brien, McCullough, Crowe, Waters, O'Sullivan. And it seems these are the only 12 racing today. As you see on screen, how the one card is recovered. And the cadets are already lining up. This is the first heat of the cadets today. Another 7-minute race plus 1 minute. And they're off for their warm-up lap. Here's the starting grid once more. And the marshals seem to be indicating that there's a wave around here. Cadets now heading for the start line. And we're off. Fast lap by the leading Ada O'Brien. Then we have Mate Dabja, Tucker Frayne, Jack Harney, Mikolas Eudosius, Will Larkham, Sam McCulloch, Joey Waters, Ryan Spratt, Daniel Crowe, Tiernan O'Brien and Killian O'Sullivan. One kart went off track there. Unfortunately, didn't rejoin the pack, and that's the race over for this driver. Ada O'Brien still leading with the fastest lap. Then we have Tucker Frayne, Jack Harney, Mikolas Eudosius, Will Larkham, Joey Waters, Sam McCulloch, Ryan Spratt, Daniel Crowe, Tiernan O'Brien, and Mate Dabja, and I think it was Killian O'Sullivan who went off there. Drive okay though. So currently the red flag is out, which means the racer session has been stopped. And drivers must slow immediately and return to the pits or designated area. as instructed. So they're all lining up here at the start line again, in the order they were when the red flags came out. So the officials are now putting the drivers back into the order they were when the red flags came out. Here at Whiteriver Karting, you see Mickey Brennan, our today's COC, in the frame, and this event is organised by the Kildare Motor Club. While we're waiting, I give you the championship standings again. So we have Ada O'Brien leading the championship currently, followed by Jack Harney, Daniel Crowe, who's a novice, Mate Dabija, Joey Waters, another novice, Tucker Frayne, Killian O'Sullivan, Sam McCullough and Elliot Greenhalgh, as well as Will Larkham. All these four are novices as well, along with Tiernan O'Brien and Jack Harper. Then we have Harley Bruton in 13th, Teddy Houlihan and Charlie Ryan, two more novices, and then Mikolas Judosius and Evan Ryan, who's also a novice. Carts are being started up again. Track temperature at this stage 28 degrees, so it's going up and up, and it doesn't look like rain for at least until the lunch break, I'd say. It's bright and we have 15 degrees air temperature. Seems the race was stopped at 4 minutes, so this is what we're going to start counting from now. Four minutes to go, that is, and then plus 1 lap. Off again. All into turn 1 there. Ada O'Brien still leading. Then we have Dabija, Frayne, Harney, Judosius, Larkham, McCullough, Waters, Spratt, Crowe, O'Brien and O'Sullivan. Ada O'Brien with another fastest lap time, followed by Jack Harney, Tucker Frayne, Mikolas Judosius, Will Larkham, Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, Rian Spratt, Daniel Crowe and Tiernan O'Brien to sum up the top 10 currently. So here we have the IAME Cadets going across the start-finish line with another 2 minutes and 1 lap to go. Ada O'Brien with the fastest lap time again. Then we have Jack Harney, Tucker Frayne, Will Larkham, Mikolas Judosius, Sam McCullough, Jay Waters, Daniel Crowe, Rian Spratt, Tiernan O'Brien, and no more times for Mate Dabija and Killian O'Sullivan. This time Jack Harney did the fastest lap time, 56.451. But Ada O'Brien still leading. Third, Tucker Frayne, then Will Larkham and Mikolas Georgosios in the top 5. So it's 2 more laps to go, this one and then the final lap. Top 2 establishing a good lead there. Top 3, I should say. And we're going into the final lap with Ada O'Brien still in the lead, followed by Jack Harney, Tucker Frayne, and then we have Will Larkham, Sam McCullough, Mikolas Georgosios, Joey Waters, Rian Spratt, Daniel Crowe and Tiernan O'Brien. Top 3 way ahead of the pack, and this is Ada O'Brien going across the finish line with a 56.377, another fastest lap. And then we have Jack Harney in second, Tucker Frayne in third, followed by Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, Will Larkham, Mikolas Georgosios, Rian Spratt, Daniel Crowe and Tiernan O'Brien. That was the IAME Cadets. Next up we have the IAME X30 Juniors with their first heat today. That race will be an 8 minutes race plus 1 lap. The current championship standings in the X30 Junior class are as follows. First and leading the championship currently is Jack McLaughlin. Then we have Ben McLaughlin, Ian Carney, Eric Gilsenan, Zach Burke, Danny Dempsey, John Foley Jr., Chad Lehman, Senan McLaughlin, James Nolan, Bobby Connolly, Charlie Blair, Declan Purvis, Kevin Hayes, Martin Shannon, Sophie Campbell, Jamie Mulvey, Danny Mulvey, Liam Buckley, Joey Carney, Danny Carroll, Mikey Kelly, Andrew McCulloch, Jack Murphy and Charlie Cosgrove. You see them lining up at the bottom of the screen there. And I'll get you the starting grid. So McLaughlin, Dempsey, McLaughlin, Riley, Lehman, Foley Jr., Campbell, Blair, McLaughlin, Burke, Connolly, Perry, Murphy, Shannon, Purvis, Carney, McCulloch, Mulvey, Hayes, Miller, Carroll, Buckley, Mulvey, Nolan, and Gilselman. So 25 entries in this race. Jack McLaughlin really with the perfect start to a championship, taking maximum points from the opening 2 rounds to build a commanding 25-point advantage. Behind him, Ben McLaughlin, who leads a tightly packed battle with Ian Carney, Eric Gilsonan and Zach Burke, separated by just a single point each. While McLaughlin controls the championship for now, the fight between them, I should say, promises to be one of the highlights of the day. And you see the huge entry for this race as they line up in the tram lines and go for the final corner before the start line. Here they go into the first corner. You can find the times on www.timing.ie/live/MI-karting live timing, all hyphenated. So MI minus karting minus live minus timing. Fastest lap and leading the IAME X30 Junior race here is Danny Dempsey, followed by Senan McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, John Foley Jr., Ben McLaughlin, Charlie Blair, Alex Riley, Jack McLaughlin, Sophie Campbell, Zach Burke, Bobby Connolly, Declan Purvis, Jack Murphy, Ian Carey, Joey Carney, Martin Shannon, Jamie Mulvey, Kevin Hayes, Denny Mulvey, Oscar Miller, Liam Buckley, Danny Carroll, Andrew McCulloch, James Nolan and Eric Gilsonan. We've no times for the last 3. While Danny Dempsey sets another fastest time, 51.525, followed by Senna McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, John Foley Jr., Charlie Blair, Alex Riley, Jack McLaughlin, Ben McLaughlin, Zach Burke and Declan Purvis in 10 for now. Senan McLaughlin with the fastest lap time for now with a 51.090, but Danny Dempsey still in the lead. And then we have Chad Lehman in third. No changes in the top 6, but then we have Ben McLaughlin in 7, Jack McLaughlin in 8, Declan Purvis 9, and Sophie Campbell 10. Fastest lap time now by Ben McLaughlin, 7th, 50.904. But Danny Dempsey, Senna McLaughlin, and John Foley Jr. still leading. Chad Lehman from 3rd to 4th. He was overtaken by John Foley. And they're coming back across the start-finish line. Danny Dempsey still in the lead. Ben McLaughlin in 7th, doing another fastest lap time. Second is Senna McLaughlin, John Foley Jr., Chad Lehman, Alex Riley, Charlie Blair, Ben McLaughlin, Jack McLaughlin, Declan Purvis, and Sophie Campbell in the top 10. And you're tuning in on Vantage Point Video Live, Facebook and YouTube, here to Whiteriver Karting. Fabulous track, super conditions today. And tight racing. We have another 2 minutes and 1 lap to go, and Danny Dempsey is still leading, now followed by John Foley Jr., Senna McLaughlin, Alex Riley, Charlie Blair, Chad Lehman, Ben McLaughlin, who set another fastest lap, Jack McLaughlin, Declan Purvis, and Sophie Campbell. Sorry, that fastest lap by Ben McLaughlin was a few laps ago. The last lap he did was 51.086, but the fastest lap time stands at 50.904. Danny Dempsey still in the lead, followed by John Foley Jr., Senna McLaughlin, Alex Riley, Charlie Blair, Ben McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, Jack McLaughlin and Sophie Campbell. Jack Murphy rounding out the top 10. And as they come across the start-finish line, this is the final lap now. Danny Dempsey going into this as the leader, followed by John Foley Jr., Senan McLaughlin, Charlie Blair, Alex Riley, Ben McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, Jack McLaughlin, Sophie Campbell and Jack Murphy. After that we have Declan Purvis, Ian Carey, Joey Carney, Jamie Mulvey, Martin Shannon, Kevin Hayes, Bobby McConnelly, Danny Mulvey, Denny Carroll, Liam Buckley, Oscar Miller, and this is the checkered flag. Winner of the X30 Juniors is Danny Dempsey, who is leading the whole race, followed by Senan McLaughlin, John Foley Jr., Alex Riley, Ben McLaughlin, Charlie Blair, Chad Lehman, Sophie Campbell, Jack McLaughlin, Jack Murphy, Declan Purvis, Jamie Mulvey, Martin Shannon, Joey Carney, Ian Carey, Kevin Hayes, Bobby Connolly, Danny Mulvey, Denny Carroll, Liam Buckley, Oscar Miller and Zach Burke. Next up we have the IAME X30 Seniors. The Buckley family leads the way in X30 Senior, with Tyke Buckley holding a slender 7-point advantage over Jack Buckley after 2 rounds. Adam Holmes, Luke Agnew and Robbie Buckley complete a fiercely competitive top 5, while Ronan Hennessy is only 1 point further back. With 6 drivers separated by just 27 points, this championship remains completely open into Whiteriver. In 7th, after Ronan Hennessy, we have Rory O'Connor, Jamie English, Shane Crosby, Michaela Hart, Emer Carey, Aaron Murphy, Daniel Kavanagh, Warren Russell, Sean Hogan, Josh Allen, Joel Murphy, Shane O'Neill, Jack Crockwell, Adam Blaney and Matthew Monaghan. And here is the starting grid. Murphy, Holmes, Buckley, Tyke Buckley, Jack Buckley, Hogan, Hennessy, Agnew, Murphy, English, Crosby, Buckley, Hart, Russell, Carey, Allen, Kavanagh and O'Neill. Fastest lap time by our race leader Adam Holmes, 54.074. He's followed by Aaron Murphy, Tyke Buckley, Sean Hogan, Luke Agnew, Joel Murphy, Ronan Hennessy, Jack Buckley, Jamie English and Shane Crosby. Then in 11 we have Daniel Kavanagh, Michaela Hart, Robin Buckley, Warren Russell, Josh Allen, Emma Carey and Shane O'Neill. Fastest lap time this time set by Tyke Buckley in second behind Adam Holmes. And then we have Luke Agnew, Sean Hogan, Joel Murphy, Aaron Murphy, Jack Buckley, Ronan Hennessy, Jamie English and Shane Crosby. Luke Agnew in third set the fastest lap time this time, 50.168. He's behind Adam Holmes and Tyke Buckley in first and second. Adam Holmes leading, followed by Tyke Buckley, Luke Agnew, Joel Murphy, Aaron Murphy, Jack Buckley, Sean Hogan, Ronan Hennessy, Jamie English, Robbie Buckley, Michaela Hart, Warren Russell, Daniel Kavanagh, Emma Carey, Josh Allen, Shane Crosby and Shane O'Neill. By now we have 33 degrees track temperature and 16 degrees air temperature. Another 2 minutes and 1 lap to go. Adam Holmes still leading, followed by Luke Agnew, Tyke Buckley, Joel Murphy, Jack Buckley, Aaron Murphy, Sean Hogan, Jamie English, Ronan Hennessy and Michaela Hart. So we're going to have 2 more left. Final net board is coming out for the drivers going across the finish line here. Adam Holmes going into this final lap as leader, followed by Luke Agnew, Tyke Buckley, Joe Murphy, Jack Buckley, Aaron Murphy, Sean Hogan, Jamie English, Ronan Hennessy and Michaela Hart to round up the top 10. And then we have Warren Russell, Daniel Kavanagh, Emma Carey and Josh Allen. And here's the checkered flag. Winner of this race, the X30 seniors, is Adam Holmes, followed by Luke Agnew, Tyke Buckley, Joel Murphy, Aaron Murphy, Jack Buckley, Sean Hogan, Jamie English, Ronan Hennessy, Michaela Hart, Warren Russell, Daniel Kavanagh, Emma Carey, Josh Allen, and it seems that Robbie Buckley, Shane Crosby and Shane O'Neill didn't finish the race. Next up now we have the second heat of the Rotax Micromaxes, which is another 6 minutes plus 1 lap race. Here's the starting grid: Lee, Bolster, Patterson, Davey, Parsi, Lyons, Williamson, McKernan, Dubont, Cassells, Nicholson, Jones, Murray, Ty Lee, Harper and Monaghan. Little collision there in the corner, but it seems that all the drivers are okay. Our CUC, Mickey Brennan, checking on them. So the red flags are out and the drivers are urged to slow down and get to the start line in the order that they found themselves in when the red flag came out. The officials are now organising the competitors back into the order they were at when the red flag came out. And then we'll be back racing. The race was stopped at 5 minutes and 1 lap to go. And while we're looking at the officials organising the competitors, the kart is being retrieved. And it seems our drivers got out of this okay. So this is the restart of the second heat of the Rotax Micromaxes. And there might be a warm-up lap and then they go racing again. So we're coming to the end of the warm-up lap of the restart. The competitor's just about to go into the last corner and into the tram lines, and then they're off racing again. We have Jude Lee Bolster leading, Matthew Pedersen behind, Ben Daly, Michael Darcy, Robbie Lyons, Ollie Williamson, Ollie McKiernan, Cooper Devon, Noah Cassels, Ben Nicholson, Dawson Jones, Alex Murray, Harry Tyley, Jack Harper and Mason Monaghan. Ben Daly set the fastest lap time with 1:01.682, followed by Ollie Williamson, Robbie Lyons, Michael Darcy, Ben Nicholson, Cooper Duvant, Mason Monaghan, Matthew Pedersen, Harry Tyley, Jack Harper, Dawson Jones, Jude Lee Bolster, Alex Murray, Noah Cassels and Ollie McKiernan. No time for Ollie McKiernan, so I'm guessing that's the driver who has left the race. Fastest lap time, this time by Jack Harper in 9th. Leading still is Ben Daly, followed by Ollie Williamson, Robbie Lyons, Michael Darcy, Cooper Duvant, Ben Nicholson, Mason Monaghan, Harry Tyley, Jack Harper, Matthew Pedersen, Dawson Jones, Jude Lee Bolster, Alex Murray, Noah Cassels and Ollie McKiernan, no time. 2 more minutes to go and 1 lap. As the top 4 head into the first corner here, followed by the rest of the pack with a bit of a gap. And then we have the 3 at the end. Jude Lee Bolster, Alex Murray and Noah Cassels. And here come the top 4 into the one before the last corner. Ben Daly still leading, this time with the fastest lap time of 59.060, followed by Robbie Lyons, Michael Darcy, Cooper Devon, Jack Harper, Dawson Jones, Harry Tyley, Ben Nicholson, Ollie Williamson, Mason Monaghan, Matthew Pedersen, Alex Murray, Jude Lee Bolster and Noah Cassels. Two more laps to go. Harry Tiley with the fastest lap of 58.779. Leading is still Ben Daly, followed by Robbie Lyons, Michael Darcy, Cooper Duvant, Jack Harper, Dawson Jones, Harry Tiley, Ben Nicholson, Ollie Williamson and Mason Monaghan. And the final lap board is out now. Ben Daly still leading ahead of Robbie Lyons, then Cooper Duvant, Michael Darcy and Jack Harper in the top 5. Checkered flag is out and they're crossing the finish line. Winner of this Micromax race after the rerun, today's Heat 2 for Micromaxes, is Ben Daly, followed by Robbie Lyons, Cooper Duvant, Michael Darcy, Jack Harper, Harry Tiley, Dawson Jones, Ben Nicholson, Ollie Williamson, Mason Monaghan, Matthew Patterson, Alex Murray, Jude Lee Balster and Noah Cassells. Next up now we have the Rotax Minimaxes C2, another 6 minute plus 1 lap race. And the standings in the championship before today's events were first Oliver Meredith, then we have Ethan Robinson, Danny Murphy, Jack Miller, Corey Lyons, Evan McLaughlin, Jude Duvant, Conor Keown, Mitchell Campton, Ben Lalu, Jaden McElhiney, Freddie Turkington, Isaac Ford, Evan Patterson, Hugh Richardson, Lily Mae McGuckin, Lewis Hazlett, Harley Bruton, Billy Green, Adamas Judosios, Ethan Dalton, John McCloskey and Alex. And they're off for their warm-up lap of Heat 2. Here's the grid. Green, Lyons, Keown, Meredith, Murphy, Hendry, Turkington, Hazlett, Duvant, Robinson, McLaughlin, Lalu, Bruton, Campton, Miller, Patterson, Richardson, Ford, Greenhalgh and Murphy. Denny Murphy is leading with the fastest lap time of 57.427, followed by Billy Green, Corey Lyons, Oliver Meredith, Conor Keown, Lewis Hazlett, Jude Duvant, Evan McLaughlin, Ethan Robinson, Harley Bruton, Ben Lalu, Jack Miller, Isaac Ford, Freddie Turkington, Oren Hendry, Dylan Murphy, Elliot Greenhalgh, Hugh Richardson, and Mitchell Campton and Evan Patterson. Fastest lap time set by our second, Oliver Meredith. He's following Denny Murphy, and then we have Corey Lyons in third, followed by Ethan Robinson, Jude Duvant, Evan McLaughlin, Billy Green, Harley Bruton, Jack Miller, and Conor Keown. Oliver Meredith again with the fastest lap time, 54.625, but he hasn't managed to get ahead of Danny Murphy yet. Third, Corey Lyons, then Ethan Robinson and Jude Duvant. And we have a change in the leadership battle there, if I saw that correctly. Oliver Meredith might have gotten ahead of Danny Murphy there. We'll see whether he can pull it through. Charlie Meredith into the final lap. So Oliver Meredith now ahead of Denny Murphy, Ethan Robinson, Corey Lyons and Evan McLaughlin. And Oliver Meredith bringing it home. His race time 7:22.181, and he's ahead of Danny Murphy, Ethan Robinson, Corey Lyons, Evan McLaughlin, Jude Duvant, Harley Bruton, Ben Lalu, Jack Miller, Lewis Hazlett, Isaac Ford, Conor Keown, Billy Green, Freddie Tuckington, Dylan Murphy, Elliot Greenhalgh, Mitchell Crampton, Evan Pedersen, Oren Hendry and Hugh Richardson. So this was your Rotax Mini Maxes. Next up we have the Junior Maxes second heat, which is a 7-minute plus 1 lap race. The championship standings before this race day are as follows: Charlie Condie leading, TJ McKay, Ethan Barnwell, Mitchell Elliott, Liam O'Hagan, Jesse Ray McCauley, Brogan McDonald, Pierre Carnet, Zach Battersby, Cara Haney, Wesley Bruton, Sam McHugh, Ben McLaughlin, Charlie Blair, Ben O'Keefe, Fionn J. English, Conan Warnock, Nathan Hennessy, Charlie Ryle and Matthew Deasy. So you see the Junior Maxes making their way into the warm-up lap. This is their second heat today. Fifteen entries today for this class in total, with Eva Lavery being a guest driver. And we have three international entries: Carly Condie and Jessie Ray McCauley from England and Pierre Carnet from France. And we go racing. Karahini first across the line, followed by TJ McKay, Liam O'Hagan, Jessie Ray McCauley, Mitchell Elliott, Charlie Condie, Brogan McDonald, Eva Lavery, Fionn J. English, Wesley Bruton, Pierre Carnet, Zach Battersby, Ethan Barnwell, Ian Murphy and Sam McHugh. TJ McKay still leading with another fastest lap, 52.612, followed by Cara Heaney, Charlie Condey, Jessie Bay McCauley, Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Bruton, Fionn J. English, Mitchell Elliott, Brogan MacDonald and Ethan Barnwell to round up the top 10. This time Charlie Condey in second set the fastest lap time, 52.499. The track at this stage is 32 degrees, while the air temperature is exactly half of that. Pierre Carnet has not registered a time in the last run. So Charlie Condey in second with the fastest lap time, TJ McKay still leading. Then we have Jessie Ray McCauley in third, Cara Heaney, Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Bruton, Fionn J. English, Brogan MacDonald, Ethan Barnwell and Zach Battersby. Another fastest lap time by Charlie Condey in second. TJ McKay still leading though, 300ths in front of Charlie Condey. And then we have Jessie Ray McCauley, Cara Heaney, Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Bruton, Fionn English, Brogan MacDonald, Ethan Barnwell and Zach Battersby. Another 2 minutes 42 and 1 lap to go. Charlie Condey with another fastest lap, 52.232, but TJ McKay still leading. The only change in the order were Brogan MacDonald, who is now in 7th, and Fionn J. English, who's now in 8th. TJ McKay still leading with a full lap after 7 laps, a time of 6.08739. Charlie Condey behind them. Then we have Jessie Ray McCauley, Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Bruton, Brogan MacDonald, Fionn English, Eva Lavery, Mitchell Elliott, Sam McHugh, Ethan Barnwell, Zach Battersby, Cara Heaney and Ian Murphy. and the final lap board is out, so it's just this lap to go until the end of the race. Then we'll have the senior maxes and the 177, and then we'll break for lunch. Fine day here in Whiteriver, a little bit windy, but the sun is out and the track is getting warmer and warmer. So here we have the leading carts going across the finish line, and it's TJ McKay ahead of Charlie Condy, and then we have Jesse Ray McCauley, Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Bruton, Brogan McDonald, Fionn English, Eva Lavery, Mitchell Elliott, and Sam Q. Ethan Barnwell, Zach Battersby, and Ian Murphy and Cara Heaney haven't recorded times for the last two, respectively 3 laps. So next up, and the last heat 2 before lunch, is the Rotax Senior Maxes and the 177s. Thank you very much for tuning in to round 5 of the National Irish Karting Championship here in lovely Whiteriver, County Louth. And you're very welcome to join us on Vantage Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. This is organised by the Kildare Motor Club, and our COC of the day is Mickey Brennan. So the senior maxes and 177s now going for their warm-up lap, and the last heat 2 before we're breaking for lunch. Here's the grid: Gardner ahead of Kilpatrick, Miller, Quinn, Mooney, McGiven, Cooney, McDonald, McMahon, McDermott, Crane Bosler, Spillane, Taylor, Bevan, McGivern, Burke, Connolly, Kempfen, O'Connell, McDowell, Shields, Kearns, Dowdle and Spratt. They're coming up to the final corner and cross the start line, and we go racing. In the 177s, we have Anthony O'Connell, Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Liam Kearns and Patrick Dowden. Sorry, and Sean Spratt. As the senior Maxes finished their first lap. Leading and with the fastest lap time of 53.005 is Charlie Gardner, followed by Ewan Miller, Carter Mooney, Daniel Kilpatrick, Dylan McDermott, Joseph McMahon, Sean Cooney, Mark Quinn, Josh McDonald, Keith Burke, Robert Crean Ballstar, this time Dylan McDermott set the fastest time. He's currently in 4th, went up from 5th. Charlie Gardner still leading, Carter Mooney, Daniel Kilpatrick, Dylan McDermott ahead of him. And then we have Ben McDowell, Sean Spratt, Anthony O'Connell, Porrick Dowdle, Mark Shields, Liam Kearns, and that's the 177 speed. Fastest lap this time set by Ruben Kernahan in 10th. Still leading though is Charlie Gardner ahead of Carter Mooney, Daniel Kilpatrick, Dylan McDermott and Ewan Miller. And in the 177s we have Ben McDowell, Sean Spratt, Porrick Dowdle, Anthony O'Connell, Mark Shields and Liam Kearns. Charlie Gardner is still ahead of the pack, followed by Daniel Kilpatrick, Carter Mooney, Joseph McMahon, Dylan McDermott, Ewan Miller, Keith Burke and Ruben Kernan, who set the last fastest lap time. Then we have Sean Cooney and Mark Quinn to round up the top 10. And in the 177s we have Ben McDowell leading, followed by Sean Spratt, Pádraig Dowdall, Anthony O'Donnell, Mark Shields and Liam Kearns. Final lap board is now out for the senior maxes, currently led by Charlie Gardner, Daniel Kirkpatrick, Arthur Mooney, Joseph McMahon, Dylan McDermott, Ewan Miller, Reuben Kernahan, Keith Burke, Lincoln Bevan, Sean Cooney, and then we have Josh McDonnell, Mark Quinn, Daniel Spillane, Ben Connolly, Noah Taylor, Adam McGivern, Scott McGivern, and in the 177s we have Ben McDowell, Sean Spratt, Pádraig Dowdall, Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell and Liam Kearns. Senior maxes have finished their racing. Charlie Gardner first through the checkered flag, followed by Daniel Kirkpatrick, Carter Mooney, Joseph McMahon, Dylan McDermott, Ewan Miller, Reuben Kernahan, Keith Burke, Lincoln Bevan, Sean Cooney, Josh McDonnell, Mark Quinn, Ben Connolly, Noah Taylor, Daniel Spillane, Adam McGivern, Scott McGivern. And in the 177s, Ben McDowell is winning the race, followed by Sean Spratt, Pádraig Dowdall, Mark Shields, Anthony O'Connell and Liam Kearns. Thank you very much for your patience with us and for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. This was the first half of the day. We will have our lunch break now, which is at least half an hour. We're a bit behind in the schedule. Following on will be the heat number twos of the IAME Cadets, X30 Juniors and Seniors. And then we have the heat number 3 of the Micro Maxes, Mini Maxes, Junior Maxes and Senior Maxes and 177s before we then head for the finals. Thanks again for watching us at Vantage Point Video here from Whiteriver Karting, County Louth. And we're going to head for lunch now and see you after that. Welcome back to Whiteriver Karting here in County Louth. This is round 5 of the Irish Karting Championship organised by the Cadet Motor Club. We now have the Heat 2s of the IAME Cadet, the IAME X30 Juniors and the X30 Seniors ahead. The Cadets 7 minutes and 1 lap, and then the Juniors and Seniors 8 minutes and 1 lap as the Cadets are making their way to the start line. Starting grid: O'Brien, Frayne, Dabija, Harney, Judosius, Lankham, Spratt, O'Brien, McCullough, Crove, Waters, O'Sullivan. And they're crossing the start line and we go racing. Track temperature is 29 degrees. It has gone down from 34 because there's been a little bit of a shower. Hopefully it'll clear up again. Jack Harney with the fastest lap time of 1:04.257, followed by Tucker Frayne, Mate Dabija, Will Larkham, Nicholas Judosius, Rian Spratt, Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, Tiernan O'Brien, Ada O'Brien, Daniel Crove and Killian O'Sullivan has not recorded time. There was a bit of a bunch up there earlier and there is another one here. As they make their way around the far end of the track. Jack Harney still ahead of the pack, followed by Tucker Frayne, Mate Dabija, Will Larkham, Mykolos Judosius, Sam McCullough, Ada O'Brien, Joey Waters, Tiernan O'Brien, Daniel Crowe, Rian Spratt, and we've no time for Killian O'Sullivan. Three and a half minutes plus 1 lap to go. as the cadets make their way to the final corner and onto the straight of the start-finish. Jack Harney is still leading, this time with the fastest lap time of, Ada O'Brien has the fastest lap time, 57.265. She's in fourth. Jack Harney is leading, followed by Tucker Frayne, Matti Dabija, Ada O'Brien, Will Larkham, Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, Daniel Crowe, Mikolas Jodosius, Rian Spratt, Tiernan O'Brien. Ada O'Brien did another fastest lap there, 56.917. But Jack Harney is still in the lead. You see the top three here, Jack, Tucker Frayne and Matti Dabja. And Ada O'Brien bettered the fastest lap again, 56.363. Jack Harney and Tucker Frayne, Matti Dabja still leading the game. And then we have Will Larkham in 5, Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, Daniel Crowe, Mikolas Jodosius, Rian Spratt and Tiernan O'Brien. Final lap board is out, so this is the last lap of this heat 2 of the cadets, before we have the heat 3s then after the IAME cards. Ada O'Brien still has the fastest lap from before, but Jack Harney, Tucker Frayne, Matti Dabja are having a race on their own there, ahead of the pack. Sam McCullough then 5, Joey Waters, Daniel Crowe, Will Larkham, Mikolas Jodosius, Ryan Spratt and Tiernan O'Brien. Jack Harney about 100th ahead of, or almost 200th ahead of Tucker Frayne. And won the race. Then we have Matti Dabja, Ada O'Brien, Joey Waters, Sam McCullough, Will Larkham, Daniel Crowe, Mikolas Jodosius and Rian Spratt. Next up will be the X30 Juniors, their second heat, which is an 8 minutes and 1 lap race. And you're tuning in on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live here to Whiteriver Karting. And the X30 juniors are making their way onto their warm-up lap. Here is the starting grid. "25 competitors in this field as they're getting into the tram tracks and heading for the second last corner here in Whiteriver. And we go racing. Shannon McLaughlin in first. Then we have Danny Dempsey, Ben McLaughlin, Alex Riley, Chad Lehman, John Foley Jr., Sophie Campbell, Charlie Blair, Jack McLaughlin, Zach Burke, Bobby Connolly, Ian Carey, Jack Murphy, Martin Shannon, Declan Purvis, Joe Kearney, Andrew McCullough, Jamie Mulvey, Cavan Hayes, Oscar Miller, Denny Carroll, Liam Buckley, Denny Mulvey, James Nolan and Eric Gilsonan. Shannon McLaughlin still leading with the fastest lap time of 54.507, followed by Ben McLaughlin, Danny Dempsey, Chad Lehman, Alex Riley, Sophie Campbell, Jack McLaughlin, Zach Burke, Ian Carey and Charlie Blair in 10th. Shannon McLaughlin is still in the lead, 146.620, followed by Ben McLaughlin, Chad Lehman now ahead of Danny Dempsey, Alex Riley, Jack McLaughlin now ahead of Sophie Campbell, and then we have Zach Burke, Ian Carey and Charlie Blair. This time Alex Riley in fourth has the fastest lap with 51.294. But Senna McLaughlin still in the lead, followed by Ben McLaughlin, Danny Dempsey, Alex Riley, Chad Lehman, Jack McLaughlin, Sophie Campbell, Zach Burke, Ian Carey and Charlie Blair. This time Alex Riley had the fastest lap with 51.207. Sen McLaughlin still leading. Overall 6:03.745 clocked up after 7 laps. Ben McLaughlin in second, Alex Riley third, Danny Dempsey, Chad Lehman, Zach Burke, Ian Carey, Jack McLaughlin, Charlie Blair and John Foley Jr. rounding up the top 10, and then we have Sophie Campbell in 11. They're heading for their final lap now. Senan McLaughlin still in the lead, followed by Ben McLaughlin, Alex Riley, Danny Dempsey, Chad Lehman, Zach Burke, Ian Carey, John Foley Jr., Charlie Blair and Sophie Campbell. And our race winner is Senan McLaughlin, followed by Ben McLaughlin, Alex Riley, Danny Dempsey, Chad Lehman, Zach Burke, Ian Carey, John Foley Jr., Charlie Blair, Sophie Campbell, Jack McLaughlin, Joey Kearney, Bobby Connolly, Andrew McCullough, Kevin Hayes, Jamie Mulvey, Oscar Miller, Jack Murphy, Danny Carroll, Danny Mulvey, Liam Berkeley, and Martin Shannon and Declan Purvis didn't record times. Next up we have the X30 Seniors, Heat 2, and that will also be an 8-minute race plus 1 lap. Track is still dry, or dry again I should say, after the little shower. It's 29 degrees track temperature and 15 degrees air temperature here in Whiteriver, County Louth. This is the X30 seniors now heading for their Heat 2 warm-up lap here in Whiteriver, County Louth. And the sun's back out again. Hopefully it'll stay that way. After our first lap, Adam Holmes, our race leader, set the fastest lap time with 52.821. He's followed by Jack Buckley, Tyke Buckley, Joel Murphy, Aaron Murphy, Sean Hogan, Luke Agnew, Shane Crosby, Jamie English, Ronan Hennessy, Michaela Hart, Robbie Buckley, Warren Russell, Emer Carey, Daniel Kavanagh, Shane O'Neill and Josh Allen. This is the second heat of the X30 seniors here in round 5 of the Irish Karting Championship organised by the Kildare Motor Club. Adam Holmes still leading after a best of 50.899. This time Jack Buckley had the fastest lap with 50.554. Adam Holmes still leading ahead of him and Tyke Buckley in third. Then we have Aaron Murphy, Luke Agnew, who went up 2 places, Sean Hogan, Shane Crosby, Joel Murphy, Jamie English and Ronan Hennessy in 10. the two race leaders heading for the final corner. Adam Holmes still ahead of Jack Buckley, but Jack Buckley had the fastest lap time with 52.66. 50.266 that is. Then we have Tyke Buckley, Aaron Murphy, Luke Agnew, Sean Hogan, Shane Crosby, Joel Murphy and Jamie English, as well as Ronan Hennessy in 10th. Jack Buckley set another fastest lap time, 52.56, but Adam Holmes still defending the lead ahead of Jack and Tyke Buckley. Then we have Luke Agnew, Aaron Murphy, who swapped places, and then Sean Hogan, Shane Crosby, Joel Murphy, Jamie English and Michaela Hart in 10 now, ahead of Ronan Hennessy. Adam Holmes with the fastest lap now, 50.245 after 8 laps. Jack Buckley and Tyke Buckley behind him. Then we have Luke Agnew, Aaron Murphy, Sean Hogan, Shane Crosby, Jamie English, Michaela Hart and Ronan Hennessy. Leaders well ahead of the pack. And the last lap board is now out for our leaders and the rest of the competitors. Here in the X30 Senior Heat 2. cheers here from the balcony for Adam Holmes, ahead of Jack Buckley, Tyke Buckley, Luke Agnew, Aaron Murphy, Shane Crosby, Sean Hogan, Jamie English, Michaela Hart, Ronan Hennessy, Warren Russell, Emma Carey, Josh Allen, Daniel Kavanagh, and we have no times for Joel Murphy, Robbie Buckley and Shane O'Neill. Next up is Heat 3 of the Rotax Micro Maxes, Mini Maxes, Junior Maxes and Senior Maxes and 1 to 7s. I hear we're gonna have a better commentary from now on. So thank you very much for your patience. Thanks for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. Here to round 5 of the Irish National Karting Championship in Whiteriver, County Louth. And we're in for more racing soon. So while we're waiting for our new commentator, I'll just give you a rundown of the entries and the times. So this is heat 3 of the Rotax Micromaxes, and fastest lap time and leader of the race at the moment is Alex Murray, followed by Cooper Duvant, Harry Ty Lee, Dawson Jones, Ben Daly, Mason Monaghan, Ben Nicholson, Michael Darcy, Matthew Pedersen, Ollie Williamson, Robbie Lyons, Jack Harper, Ollie McKiernan, Jude Lee Bolster and Noah Cassels. Cooper Duvant has now taken over the lead despite Harry Ty Lee setting the fastest lap time with 59.863. And then we have Alex Murray, Ben Daly, Dawson Jones, Ben Nicholson, Ollie Williamson, Mason Monaghan, Michael Darcy and Jack Harper. Harry Ty Lee with another fastest lap of 58.963. He's ahead of Dawson Jones, Cooper Duvant, Ben Daly, Michael Darcy, Jack Harper, Mason Monaghan, Ben Nicholson, Robbie Lyons, Alex Murray, Ollie McKiernan, Ollie Williamson, Noah Cassels, Jude Lee Bolster and Matthew Pedersen. Track is dry and hot again. We're back to 35 degrees and 17 degrees air temperature, and also the clouds have cleared, so hopefully it'll stay that way. Harry Ty Lee still ahead with another fastest lap, 58.942. Dawson Jones second, Cooper Duvant, I should say, in third. Then we have Ben Daly, Michael Darcy, Jack Harper, Mason Monaghan, Robbie Lyons, Ben Nicholson, Ollie McKiernan, Alex Murray, Ollie Williamson, Noah Cassels, Jude Lee Bolster and Matthew Pedersen. final lap board is out. So this is the last lap of Heat 3 of the Micro Maxes. Harry Lee set another fastest lap, 58.819, ahead of Dawson Jones, Cooper Duvant, Ben Daly, Michael Darcy, Jack Harper, Mason Monaghan, Robbie Lyons, Ben Nicholson and Ollie McKiernan. Harry Lee uncontended in the last lap, so he wins this race ahead of Dawson Jones, Cooper Duvant, Ben Daly, Michael Darcy, Jack Harper, Mason Monaghan, Robbie Lyons, Ollie McKiernan, Ben Nicholson, Alex Murray, Ollie Williamson, Noah Cassells, Jude Lee Bolster and Matthew Patterson. Next up is the Rotax Minimax Heat 3. That's another 6 minute plus 1 lap race. And we go racing. Competitors in this field of the Rotax Mini Maxes. As soon as they cross the start-finish line, I'm going to give you the formation they're in now. So Danny Murphy set the fastest lap time with 57.419. He's ahead of Ethan Robinson, Isaac Ford, Evan McLaughlin, Jude Duvant, Lewis Hazlitt, Evan Peterson, Jack Miller, Ben Lalu, Oliver Meredith, Corey Lyons, Conor Keown, Harley Bruton, Freddie Turkington, Billy Green, Mitchell Campton, Elliot Greenhalgh, Dylan Murphy, Oren Hendry and Hugh Richardson. Another fastest lap there by Danny Murphy, 55.160. The track heating up is probably helping. He's ahead of Ethan Robinson, Evan McLaughlin, Jude Duvant, Isaac Ford, Jack Miller, Lewis Hazlitt, Ben Lalu, Oliver Meredith and Corey Lyons. And Danny Murphy set another fastest lap, 55.028 after 3 laps. Ethan Robinson, carrier of the O plate currently, behind him. And then we have Evan McLaughlin. This time Oliver Meredith set the fastest lap time with 54.906. He is currently in 5th, overtook Jack Miller, who's now in 6th. Danny Murphy still leading, ahead of Ethan Robinson, Evan McLaughlin, Jude Duvant, Oliver Meredith, then Jack Miller, Isaac Ford, Corey Lyons, Ben Lalu, Lewis Hazlitt in 10. One minute to go, plus 1 lap. So it's probably going to be another 2 laps. Ollie Meredith set another fastest lap, 54.884. He's currently in 5th. Danny Murphy leading, Ethan Robinson 2nd, Evan McLaughlin 3rd, Jude Duvant 4th, Oliver Meredith 5th, Jack Miller, Corey Lyons, Ben Lalu, Lewis Hazlitt and Isaac Ford rounding up the top 10. And the last lap board is out. Danny Murphy still leading. The only change has been that Oliver Meredith overtook Jude Duvant and is now in fourth. Top three kept their order: Danny Murphy, Ethan Robinson, Evan McLaughlin. To the last two corners. And it's a win for Danny Murphy ahead of Ethan Robinson, Evan McLaughlin, Oliver Meredith, Jude Devan, Corey Lyons, Jack Miller, Ben Lalu, Lewis Hazlitt, Isaac Ford, Harley Bruton, Billy Green, Mitchell Campton, Dylan Murphy, Freddie Turkington, Elliot Greenhalgh, Oren Hendry, Hugh Richardson. That was heat 3 of the Rotax Mini Maxes. And next up is the Rotax Junior Maxes. This would be a 7 minutes race plus 1 lap. The junior maxes are up to their warm-up lap. Here's the starting grid. Planned start time was 14:42, so Kildare Motor Club are really making up time after we went into lunch about half an hour late. We're only about 10 minutes behind now, so that's great work by the Kildare Motor Club there. Very smooth organisation here of the racing today here at Whiteriver. Tram tracks, and we go racing as they cross the start line. 7 minutes and 1 lap to go. One spinner, but they gathered their wits and they're back racing. Eva Lavery, who I believe is the guest driver, is leading with the fastest lap time of 55.202. Then we have Wesley Bruton, Zach Battersby, Liam O'Hagan, Charlie Condy, Ethan Barnwell, Brogan McDonald, TJ McKay, Mitchell Elliott, Ian Murphy, Jesse Ray McCauley, Finn English, Sam McHugh, Cara Heaney, and Pierre Carnet we haven't had time for yet. Eva Lavery still leading despite Charlie Condy setting the fastest lap time with 53.240. He is currently in 5. In second we have Wesley Bruton, then we have Zach Battersby, Liam O'Hagan, Charlie Condy, Ethan Barnwell, TJ McKay, Brogan McDonald, Mitchell Elliott and Jesse Ray McCauley. This time Jesse Ray McCauley did the fastest lap with 53.019, currently in 9th. Eva Lavery still leading ahead of Wesley Bruton. Then we have Charlie Condy, who made up 2 places in the last round. He overtook Zach Battersby and Liam O'Hagan. Ethan Barnwell then in 6th, TJ McKay in 7th, Brogan McDonald 8th, Jesse Ray McCauley in 9th and Mitchell Elliott in 10th. Wesley Bruton took over the race lead. He's ahead of Charlie Condy now, Zach Battersby, Liam O'Hagan, Ethan Barnwell, TJ McKay, Brogan McDonald, Jesse Ray McCauley, Fionn English and Mitchell Elliott. into the final corner and go across the start finish. Charlie Condé now with on his O plate with the fastest lap of 52.723. Then we have Zach Battersby, Wesley Bruton, Liam O'Hagan, TJ McKay, Ethan Barnwell, Jesse Ray McCauley, Brogan McDonald, Fionn English and Mitchell Elliott. Charlie Condé did another fastest lap there, 52.472. Then we have Zach Battersby, Wesley Bruton, Liam O'Hagan and TJ McKay in the top 5. Up there in the top 5. TJ McKay went ahead of Liam O'Hagan and Wesley Bruton. Leading is still Charlie Condé with another fastest lap of 52.366. Zach Battersby then in second, TJ McKay, Liam O'Hagan, Wesley Bruton, Jesse Ray McCauley, Brogan McDonald, Fionn English, Ethan Barnwell and Mitchell Elliott. This is the beginning of the final lap. Charlie Condé still ahead of Zach Battersby and TJ McKay in the top 3. And this is it of the Junior Maxes. Charlie Condé wins ahead of Zach Battersby, Liam O'Hagan, TJ McKay, Wesley Bruton, Jesse Ray McCauley, Brogan McDonald, Fionn English, Mitchell Elliott, Ian Murphy, Cara Heaney, Ethan Barnwell, Sam McHugh. And unfortunately we don't have a time for Eva Lavery or Pierre Carnet. And ahead of us, the Senior Maxes and 177s are getting ready for their Heat 3 before the finals. Their race will be 7 minutes and 1 lap. Maxes are off on their warm-up lap. Here's the starting grid. And then the 177s will come onto the course after them. Busy track for those races, and meanwhile the officials have made up another couple of minutes, so we're getting closer and closer to the original schedule. While the clouds have cleared again, I see blue skies, so hopefully the rain won't come back. Currently the track temperature is 32 degrees and the air temperature is still 17. We go racing. No, we have another wave around. Okay, so another chance for the competitors to warm up their tires a bit, get used to the track conditions that are probably much different to what they were like when they last raced before lunch. So it's a wave around, both for the senior maxes and the 177s, and they'll get back into the tram lines then, and hopefully then we'll go racing. Seems to be another wave around. Still in good time considering the offs we had at the beginning of the day, so we'll just go with the flow. Looking good for a start now. And this time we are going racing. The senior maxes have crossed the start line and the 177s will do so in a minute. Bit of a bunch up there, but everybody's still on track, and here's the 177s crossing the start line. While the senior maxes are at the far end of the track. Dylan McDermott setting a fastest lap time. He's currently on the O plates, 52.758, leading. Then we have Ruben Kernahan, Sean Cooney, Keith Burke, Joseph McMahon, Daniel Kilpatrick, Carter Mooney, Ewan Miller, Adam McGivern, Daniel Spillane, Charlie Gardner, Josh McDonald, Robert Crane Bolster, Scott McGivern, Lincoln Bevan, Mark Quinn, Noah Taylor and Ben Connolly. And for the Max 177s, we have Sean Spratt, Mark Shields, Liam Kearns, Ben McDowell, Porrick Dowdle and Anthony O'Connell. Dylan McDermott still leading with the fastest lap time of 51.699, ahead of Ruben Kernahan and Joseph McMahon. Nice overtake there. So now we have Ruben Kernahan ahead of Dylan McDermott and Joseph McMahon, who set a fastest lap time of 51.295. Fourth, Keith Burke, Daniel Kilpatrick, Sean Cooney, Ewan Miller, Charlie Gardner, Daniel Spillane and Robert Keane Bolster. And in the 177s we have Sean Spratt, Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Liam Kearns, Porrick Dowdle and no time for Anthony O'Donnell. Ruben Kernan is still in the lead, ahead of Dylan McDermott and Joseph McMahon, who set another fastest lap of 51.160. And in the 177s, we still have Sean Spratt leading, ahead of Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Liam Kearns, Porrick Dowdle. Ruben Kernan is still leading, ahead of Dylan McDermott, Joseph McMahon with another fastest lap of 51.098. Then we have Daniel Kilpatrick and Keith Burke to round up the top 5. And in the 177s, who will be crossing the start line soon, we have Sean Spratt leading, ahead of Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Porrick Dowdle and Liam Kearns. Final lap board is out now for the competitors here in the Senior Max and 177s. Here's the final lap now for Ruben Kernahan ahead of Dylan McDermott, Joseph McMahon, Daniel Kilpatrick, Keith Burke, Charlie Gardner, Ewan Miller, Carter Mooney, Daniel Spillane, Lincoln Bevan, Sean Cooney, Robert Crane Bolster, Scott McGivern, Josh McDonald, Mark Quinn, Adam McGivern and Ben Connolly. And in the Max 177s, we have Sean Spratt, Mark Shields, Patrick Dowdle and Liam Kearns. So this was the last race ahead of the finals of today here in Whiteriver, County Louth, organised by the Kildare Motor Club. We're going to kick off the finals with the IAME Cadets, the X30 Juniors and the X30 Seniors. And then we'll have the Rotax Micro Maxes, Mini Maxes, Junior Maxes, and then the Senior Maxes and 177s. Thank you very much for tuning in once again to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. Apologies for the bad quality commentary, talking about being thrown into the deep end first. Best wishes and a shout out to Evan, who would usually do this a million times better. There's a tiny interruption as the officials are retrieving a car from the far end of the track. As soon as that's back in the paddock, we'll go ahead with the finals of today. So thanks for your patience. And the cadets are up to their final warm-up lap. Here's the starting grid. Competitors in this race with the Oakley, Jack Harney. Then we have Ada O'Brien, Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, Will Larkham, Mikolas Judosius, Matej Darbeja, Daniel Crowe, Rian Spratt, Tucker Frayne, Tiernan O'Brien and Killian O'Sullivan. Heading for the final corner, and we have a change in position. Leading now is Ada O'Brien with the fastest lap of 59.340, ahead of Joey Waters, Jack Harney, Mikolas Judosius, Sam McCullough, Matej Darbeja, Daniel Crowe, Will Larkham, Rian Spratt, Tucker Frayne, Tiernan O'Brien and Killian O'Sullivan. Mind you, for Killian, we don't have a time. Ada O'Brien still leading, another fastest lap, 56.868. She's now followed by Jack Harney and Joey Waters in third, Matej Darbeja in fourth, and Sam McCullough in fifth. Then we have Mikolas Judosius, Daniel Crowe, Will Larkham, Tucker Frayne, Rian Spratt, Tiernan O'Brien. Ada O'Brien leading with another fastest lap, time of 56.715. She's followed by Jack Harney and then Joey Waters. This is the first final of the day of the IAME Cadets. No change in the order from before. Fastest lap time this time set by Jack Carney on the O plate, 56.552. He's still behind Ada O'Brien. And then we have Joey Waters in the third position, Matti Dabja, Sam McCulloch, Daniel Crowe, Mikolas Judosios, Tucker Frayne, Will Larkham and Ryan Spratt. And then Tiernan O'Brien is completing the group of competitors. There's 11 entries in this race. Ada O'Brien still in the lead, ahead of Jack Harney, but then we have Matti Dabija now, ahead of Joey Waters, and then Daniel Crowe ahead of Sam McCulloch. The only changes between Tucker Frame and Mikolas Eudosius. Tucker now ahead of Mikolas in 7th and Mikolas in 8th. Ada O'Brien still leading. This time Tucker Frey went ahead of Sam McCulloch, so Tucker is now in 6th. Seconds and 1 lap to go. Ada O'Brien is still leading ahead of Jack Harney and Mate Dabija. Then we have Joey Waters, Daniel Crowe, Tucker Frayne, Sam McCulloch, Mikolas Judosius, Will Larkham, Rian Spratt and Tiernan O'Brien. Final lap board out now. While gesturing there from the pit wall and from the balcony up here, across from the finish line, start finish line. Ed O'Brien still in the lead and Jack Harney behind. And it looks as if she's taken it home. So Ada O'Brien wins the race of the IAME Cadets, followed by Jack Harney, Matti Darbyja, Joey Waters, Tucker Frame, Daniel Crowe, Sam McCullough, Mikolas Judosius, Will Larkham, and then we have Rian Spratt and Tiernan O'Brien. Next up is the IAME X30 Junior final. That will be a 10-minute race plus 1 lap. The final is always longer than the qualifying or the heats. The X30 juniors waiting to be led on track by the officials. And they're off for their warm-up lap. Here you have the starting grid. racing. Fastest lap time, and in the race lead is Ben McLaughlin, ahead of Senan McLaughlin, Alex Riley, John Foley Jr., Danny Dempsey, Chad Lehman, Charlie Blair, Jack McLaughlin, Sophie Campbell, Joey Kearney, Kevin Hayes, Ian Carey, Jack Murphy, Jamie Mulvey, Oscar Miller, Zach Burke, Bobby Connolly, Danny Carroll, Martin Shannon, Declan Purvis, Danny Mulvey, Andrew McCullough, Liam Buckley, James Nolan and Eric Gilsonen. Ben McLaughlin set another fastest lap time, 52.394. There is cloud overhead, so the track temperature went down a little bit by 1 degree to 33 degrees. We currently have 17 degrees air temperature, and it is overcast again, but it looks bright enough. Alex Riley set a fastest lap time, this time 51.358. He's still behind Ben McLaughlin. And then we have John Foley Jr. in third and Senna McLaughlin in fourth. Chad Lehman, Danny Dempsey, Jack McLaughlin, Charlie Blair, Sophie Campbell and Joey Carney. Ben McLaughlin still in the lead after 6 laps with 5.13390. Then we have Alex Riley, John Foley Jr., Senan McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, Danny Dempsey, Sophie Campbell, who went up 3 spots ahead of Joey Carney, Ian Carey, Zach Burke, Declan Purvis, Jack Murphy, Kevin Hayes, Bobby Connolly, Jack McLaughlin, Jamie Mulvey, Oliver Miller, Denny Mulvey, Liam Buckley, Andrew McCullough, Martin Shannon, Charlie Blair and Danny Carroll. Alex Riley took over the lead just there from Ben McLaughlin. John Foley Jr. and then Senan McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, Danny Dempsey, Sophie Campbell, Joey Kearney, Declan Purvis, Zach Burke in 10th. final lap board is out now. Alex Riley still in the lead ahead of Ben McLaughlin. So we see whether they will swap over again. And Alex Riley keeps ahead of Ben McLaughlin, so he wins the final of the IAME X30 Juniors. Then we have Ben McLaughlin, John Foley Jr., Senna McLaughlin, Chad Lehman, Declan Purvis, Sophie Campbell, Denny Dempsey, Joey Kearney, Zach Burke, Bobby Connolly, Jack Murphy, Cavan Hayes, Ian Carey, Jamie Mulvey, Andrew McCullough, Oscar Miller, Liam Buckley, Martin Shannon, Charlie Blair, Danny Mulvey, Danny Carroll, and Jack McLaughlin. Next up will be the X30 Senior Final. That'll be an 11-minute race plus 1 lap. So we'll see who will decide that one for themselves. Here you have the X30 Senior Final starting grid. And they're in tramline formation, ready to race. And we're off racing. first over the finish line of the first lap is Luke Agnew with the fastest lap as well, obviously, 53.276, setting the benchmark there. Behind him we have Adam Holmes, Aaron Murphy, Jack Buckley, Sean Hogan, Tyke Buckley, Jamie English, Michaela Hart, Ronan Hennessy, Joel Murphy, Warren Russell, Emer Carey, Shane Crosby, Josh Allen, Daniel Kavanagh, Shane O'Neill and Robbie Buckley. Luke Agnew still in the lead, despite Joel Murphy taking over with the fastest lap of 51.329. He's currently in 8th. So sorry, Adam Holmes is leading. And then we have Luke Agnew, Jack Buckley, Sean Hogan, Tyke Buckley, Michaela Hart, Ronan Hennessy, Joel Murphy, Warren Russell and Emer Carey. Adam Holmes still in the lead, but Luke Agnew now did the fastest lap, 50.665. And then we have Jack Buckley, Sean Hogan and Tyke Buckley. Adam Holmes still in the lead ahead of Luke Agnew and Jack Buckley in 3rd, who did a fastest lap of 5:05:01. We're 5 laps in and there's another 6.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. So we have Adam Holmes still in the lead, followed by Jack Buckley and Luke Agnew. Then we have Sean Hogan, Tyke Buckley and Michaela Hart to set the fastest lap with 53.84. Behind her we have Joel Murphy, Ronan Hennessy, Shane Crosby and Warren Russell. Jack Buckley set another fastest lap, 53.74. He's behind Adam Holmes and ahead of Luke Agnew, Sean Hogan, Tyke Buckley, Michaela Hart and Joel Murphy, Ronan Hennessy, Shane Crosby and Warren Russell. The final lap board is out, so this is the final lap of the X30 Senior final. Adam Holmes is still ahead of Jack Buckley, Luke Agnew, Michaela Hart, who's jumped up a few places, Tyke Buckley, Joel Murphy, Sean Hogan, Ronan Hennessy, Shane Crosby and Warren Russell to round up the top 10. As the race leaders go into the start-finish. And Adam Holmes takes it home ahead of Jack Buckley, Luke Agnew, Michaela Hart, Sean Hogan, Tyke Buckley, Ronan Hennessy, Joel Murphy, Shane Crosby, Warren Russell, Josh Allen, Emma Carey, Jamie English, Daniel Kavanagh. I'll hand you over to Connor now to do the Rotax finals, and we'll sign off then afterwards. Thank you very much for tuning in to round 5 of the National Karting Championship here in Whiteriver, County Louth, organised by the Cadet Motor Club.
Hi everybody, welcome to the final of round 5 here with the Rotax Micromax starting us off. So my grid is just refreshing here, but should be an eventful race. There was a lot of good driving in the heats today, so we're hoping to get a good result, maybe a surprise result, but the way the top drivers have been driving, it doesn't seem to be changing, but who knows. Whiteriver is always a great track, nice long track, so we can find out now in the coming shortly. As the drivers are coming towards the wrapping around the back straight here, coming towards the start, we shall get our grids formed and then we'll start our race. First place, starting on pole, Harry Tiley, followed by Michael Darcy, Jack Harper, Cooper Devant, Dawson Jones, Ben Daly, Robbie Lyons, Ollie Williamson, Ben Nicholson, Ollie McKiernan, Mason Monaghan, Alex Murray, Matthew Peterson, Noah Castles and Jude Lee Bolster. So we have them coming around here nearly towards the back straight already. These micros really are fast and they don't mess about. They've gone out in the eye shot here, but no doubt we'll hear them coming across the back straight here in the next 2 or 3 seconds. Go with how quick these micros are. Here we go. A line of 4 already. These guys really are quick, these kids. The future is looking bright. Here we go, Harry still holding out ahead, and Michael and Harper seem to be going at it there, but bit of contact, but Harry pulls across, still in the lead. I'm sure Phil will be super happy. Here we go, around turn 1. This is usually where things can get a bit messy. In between turn 1, 2 and 3 is where everybody kind of bunches up. This is where mistakes happen, but as I said, these kids are well ironed, so they're great. Not a spin to be seen, which is fantastic. So fastest lap so far belongs to Harry Tiley. Nearly a minute dead, 1 minute and 3/10, which is quite quick, especially for these lower horsepower engines, but absolutely fantastic. Here we go, coming along the back straight already. Harry's just after pulling away here. Battle for second, third, fourth seems to be, and fifth even, seems to be coming ahead. Harry's been in great form this season. Missed not Nuts Corner the round before, but I think he's still thundering away. I think he's well disciplined, well skilled, especially for a very young age. It's fantastic to see. We have again another fastest lap from Harry so far, 58.8. 58.9, apologies. Dawson Jones jumps above Jack Harper. Ben Daly takes over Alex Murray. Cooper Devant over Noah Castles. Pretty standard race so far for Harry. I think he's nearly had it in his head he wants to win since the first round when I was there. But again, no massive changes in the grid as of yet, but the race is still young. We still have over 4 minutes left, so, and Harry's just pulling away here. It's fantastic to see. Second, third and fourth are neck and neck. It's like a fight out there. Here we go. I think Harbour could be thinking about a move here coming up to the second last turn. No, nothing yet. I say he's building up for the turn 2 or 3. Here we go. Harry with another fastest lap. Ben Daly taking over Ben Nicholson, and Cooper overtaking Matthew Peterson. Harry with a 58.825. He's just getting that essential heat into the tyres, and it's just inching him away and away and away. Second fastest lap before him is a 59 dead. So Harry just seems to be on the ball this weekend. Even in the heats, he was absolutely flying. Here we go now. Along the back straight once again is Harry. Oh, he's pulling away here. Again, that second, third and fourth battle seems to be just wait. I think everybody's waiting for someone to make a move or someone to make a slight mistake, but I see fifth place is catching up now. Ollie Williamson is beginning to grab onto the pack. They're kind of holding each other up, and Harry's just taking advantage of it, which is great to see. Here we go, turn 1. Should have something good here. Here we go, any place changes. 7th and 8th, Mason Monaghan, Robbie Lyons swap. Cooper overtakes Alex Murray, and Noah Castles takes over Matthew Peterson. And as I was saying, Ollie Williamson has caught up, so we're hoping to have a nice battle here coming towards maybe the last 2 or 3 laps. Again, second, third, fourth and fifth. Absolute beautiful racing to see. Here we go to the final couple of turns. Ollie's after catching up nicely here. Thinking now's the time for, not late braking. Just keeping the pace. Surely someone could be thinking of a move here, but I'm sure these kids have it iron into them to elbows out, shoulders wide. Do not let anyone overtake you. Maybe go Dawson Jones taking over Michael Darcy. Great move. 58.6 now, the fastest lap from Dawson. It's great. 1.47 seconds behind Harry. So Harry has the comfortable lead now, but as I'm sure we all know, Whiteriver's a long track, a lot of mistakes to be made, but time will tell. Minute and a half left here. We have any other movements? Ben Daly and Robbie Lyons up to 8th and 7th. Cooper up to 10th. Noah Castles, Matthew Peterson up to 12th and 13th. That bunch of 4 still battling out, and the distance seems to be increasing ever so slightly, but then again, this turn 1, you can never know what happens when it comes out of it. There seems to be some bit of distance forming between the 4, maybe the tyres have had enough for today, but I'm sure one of them has something coming up their sleeve now. Surely coming into the last lap or two here. It's getting nice and sunny and warm out there as well, so those tyres surely are feeling it, but no incident so far, which is fantastic to see. Around the end of the back straight here, flying through. Oh, we had an off here. Driver came back on okay, which is great, but I'm sure that's a second last lap. That's an unhappy ending there, but I'm sure he'll manage to come back and get a decent result on the board. Well, here we go, along the start-finish straight. Oh, neck and neck here. Let's see. I think he got the move done. No, I think he did. It's a great move on the last lap. Surely my time will update here. Fastest lap still the same, position still the same so far. Go now. Coming along the back straight for potentially the final time. Have they gone over the limit on that last lap? I'm not too sure, but here we go. Harry pulling away here. I think Harry has this. He'd be happy with that. There we go. It could be their screens here. This could be a battle for a little final move here coming to these corners. The distance after getting a lot shorter from the last lap. Here we go. Over the finish line here. Now we're on to our final lap. This is for it all here. No major position changes as of yet, so let's see. Fastest lap still the same, lap time still the same. Alex Murray up 2 places. Great move from Alex there. Noah Castle's up 1. Ben Nicholson down 3. Harry's distance after dropping slightly down to 0.9, but I think if there's ever a kid with a mentality to win a race, it's Harry Toyley. He's absolutely locked in out there. And here he is, final few corners coming along here. Cool, calm and collected as always. I'm sure we hear the cheers from the OHR guys out the window here now. Happy days. First Harry, second Dawson, third Michael Darcy, fourth Jack Harper, fifth Ollie Williamson, sixth Ollie McKiernan, seventh Robbie Lyons, eighth Ben Daly, ninth Mason Monaghan, 10th Cooper Devant, 11th Noah Castles, 12th Ben Nicholson, 13th Matthew Peterson, 14th Alex Murray, and in 15th Jude Lee Bolster. What a great race. Comfortable win for Harry, but I'm sure at the end there he dropped a couple of tenths, but a win is a win at the end of the day, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. start here for the Rotax Minimax. On pole of Ollie Meredith once again. Murphy second place. Ethan Robinson. McLaughlin. Roy Lyons. Miller. Bearton. Devant. Hazlitt. Ford. Turkington and Green. So this should be an event race. The minis have been absolutely amazing this year. And we have the rest of our grid after popping up here. Murphy, Campton, Lalou, Kyoane, Greenhalgh, Hendry, Peterson and Richardson. So here we go, our Mini Max class coming up here towards the last couple of corners to begin the start of the race. So Ollie has been flying as at the start of the season. I know he wasn't too happy in Watergrass Hill, but he's certainly been on form this weekend. He's been coming in and out of the awnings, happy out, and always good pace between these mini maxes. They're bunching up nice and tightly here for a good race start. So this will be an eventful one. Always happy to see these Rotax finals. They are absolutely amazing. So good to watch. Such a close race and skilled drivers at every age. So here we go, and they're flying across the line. So let's see, any events in turn one? No, pretty standard through turn one. Obviously bunched up. First lap they're always going to be bunched up, but you can start to tell the distance coming off, especially with the no resistance in front of you. Like, obviously when you have a car in front of you, you're going to want to slow down and not hit them, not get a penalty. But so that's what the great thing about qualifying first is. You have that advantage straight away, whereas the guys at the back all have to fight for it, which does make for eventful races. But again, bunched up so early. And you see a bit of a gap starting to form here. Second and third are neck and neck. So close. Here we go, move. Oh. And a good overtake in the first lap. Pulling away here. Now. Lap one. Ollie with the fastest lap so far, 56 flat. Fantastic. Ethan overtaking Danny Murphy. Jack Miller up 2 places. Jude Devant up 1. Ben Lelou up 4 places, fantastic. Dylan Murphy, novice, up 1 place. Connor Kyoane up another place. Elliot Greenhalgh up a place, that's a novice as well. And he won his tyres today also. Evan Peterson up a place as well. So let's watch here, coming along the towards the back here. I think very tight once again. Ollie seems to be comfortable enough in the lead here. This is Ollie. This is the best position for Ollie now. He likes being ahead and just keeping the head down and keeping the foot pinned and just goes. Again, this grid here, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th just bunched up here. And it's everything to fight for. Corey Lyons up a position. Ben Lelou up another position. The grid remains fairly much the same. Other than that, another fast lap for Ollie. 58.85. I'm sure Ollie'd be delighted with a 48 around here. But yeah, as we go towards the back straight here, to the last turn before the back straight, should I say. And only half a second between Ollie and Ethan, so should be a good race so far. It's shaping up to be nice here. Again, I think Ollie's after pulling a good bit of distance here ahead of him. No, this is, as I was saying, this is exactly where he's comfortable. He loves this. We go towards the final turn here. He's just inching away here, I'm sure. Be happy with that. And this 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all very close to each other. Ethan Robinson gone off. Down 17 places. That's not. Must have been an incident there towards the back. I see Marshall's getting active there, so hopefully everything's okay. Ollie again, same lap, slightly quicker, 54.8 dead, which was fantastic. So coming up here towards the last couple of turns, gap just keeps growing, but that 2nd, 3rd and 4th there seem to be just bunched up, fighting together. Oh, that's a good grid here now. Across the line again. Past that for Danny Murphy, 54.7. Closing the distance on Ollie ever so slightly, 1.16 seconds now. So I'm sure Ollie doesn't really feel pressure, but I'm sure if this keeps going this way, he'll have to plant the foot a little, take a few extra turns, a bit of more oversteer, make a few risky moves. But as of now, he's quite comfortable. And that bunch of karts there, just we're waiting for an amazing move here. Now, what changes since the last lap? Ethan Robinson and Turkington seem to have some sort of issue. Mitchell Campton overtaking Elliot Greenhalgh, the novice here. Here we go towards the final turn again. These laps seem to just go so quick. They're only a year or two between these and the micros, and you can tell some of these micros fit well into this class. I tell you, the quality of racing between these kids is outstanding. Corey Lyons down 2 places. Good bit of movement in the middle of the grid. Billy Green overtaking Dylan Murphy, and Mitchell Campton overtaking Conor Keohane. Fastest lap again, still Danny Murphy, 54.7. My screen here, we have that bunch of karts again. Seems to be the focus of everyone. Ollie seems to be taking advantage of it. Those distance, his lead has dropped slightly, but as I said, this is where he's comfortable. We go coming up towards the final few turns here. He's getting, whoa, big move there. Nearly 2 places, a bit of contact, but nothing extravagant. Here we go, can he pick off the second guy? No. Again, great move, fantastic. Jude Devant over Evan McLaughlin, and Lewis Hazlitt overtaking Harley Brereton. Another fastest lap for Danny Murphy, 54.6. Lead has gone down to 0.8 seconds now. Pretty comfortable along the back straight here, nothing too drastic as of yet. Oh, big battle here. This should be entertaining here. So we have, and again, this is where the move was done the last time. So up the inside. Wow, what a move! Fantastic. Oh, can he fight it back? Oh, could be coming up the inside here. Oh no, great move. Good shoulders, just keep it in, keep it locked in, and keep the position. Evan McLaughlin up 2 places, Corey Lyons overtaking Jack Miller, and Ben Lelou up another place. Ben seems to have a fantastic race. Oh, someone off. Here we go, can't tell who it is, but someone off there towards turn 2. Should hopefully get the kart back on, get the race finished, but seems to be stuck in the banking there. Thankfully everyone has passed, the yellow flags remain down as of now, but hopefully get back on. I can't see. The kart's nearly on there now, so he's coming across our leader here, coming across the start-finish straight. There you go, Ollie for keeping the distance. Same again, 0.88 second gap ahead. Who seems to come down? It's Corey Lyons maybe potentially have gone off, down 5 places. Again, Isaac Ford, Haley Brereton. Yeah, Corey Lyons seems to have gone off there just at turn 2, so I'm sure Corey would be a bit disappointed, but if there's ever a man to fight back for a few positions, it'd be Corey. Fantastic driver. And another fastest lap for Danny, 54.6. Ever so slightly increased it, but you can take those little gains whenever you want, especially when you're inching towards the leader. Here we go, across the start-finish straight again. Maybe 40 seconds left of the race, but again, so bunched up. This whole entire, was it 7-minute race, and there's still the 7 or 8 of them bunched up together. It's just fantastic racing so far. And coming towards the back finish straight as the leaders of our race here. A lot ahead. Danny and Ollie are 6 seconds ahead, nearly 7 seconds ahead of everyone else. I think they're in a race of their own today, but again, as I was saying, that middle pack just holds you up so much. You know, defending so hard and attacking so hard. Coming up to our last lap here, Ollie's still in the lead. 0.77 seconds ahead last lap, so no major changes in the last lap so far, but you know, I think it's all to fight for here, especially that big bunch. Lewis Hazlitt overtaking Jack Miller there before the checker flag comes up last lap, so our bunch are fighting through the middle. You know. Our leaders are coming towards the end here. See, Ollie's still ahead, coming up towards the second last turn. And a win for Ollie, another win for Ollie. Fantastic driving this season so far. Danny Murphy in second. Fastest lap for Danny, 54.6. Evan McLaughlin third. Jude Devant fourth. Lewis Hazlitt fifth. Jack Miller sixth. Ben Lalou seventh. Great results. 8 for Harley Brereton, 9 for Isaac Ford, and the rest of our bunch are now crossing the line. So in order: Conor Kilwain, Dylan Murphy, Mitchell Campton, Elliot Greenhalf, Evan Peterson, Billy Green, Oren Hendry, Hugh Richardson and Corey Lyons. What a race, that was fantastic. So close in this class, but another great two races ahead of us here, so bear with us and we'll get it cracking onto these races. So, warm-up lap for our Rotax Junior Max final here. A very, very competitive grid. A lot of great drivers out there. So, starting from first row, we have Charlie Condy, O-Plate winner also, TJ McKay, Jesse Ray McCauley, Liam O'Hagan, Fionn English, Wesley Bearton, Ethan Barnwell, Brogan McDonald, Cara Heaney, Mitchell Elliott, Sam McHugh, Eva Lavery, Zach Battersby and Ian Murphy. Here we go, our pole sitter TJ McKay up here. Getting waved to slow down here. Going towards these last few sections, let everyone bunch up and might have a fight and start here towards the first turn, but as we go, come across the second to last turn here. Here we go, it's always a bit of a tense moment for these racers coming up to this line, and pedal down. Here we go. So, turn one here. Wow, what a grid. Very bunched up. Oh, a bit of contact. 2, 3 cars out. Oh, wow. Stuck into the gravel there. Can't see who it was, but hopefully all okay. I think one of the drivers is back on. Second is pushing his card on, so hopefully no damage and continue his race. After working hard all weekend and testing, especially in that heat on Wednesday, Tuesday and Friday, you'd want to be able to finish your weekend on a high, but unfortunately that is racing. There's nothing that can be done about it. Here we go, our leaders here up to the final turn. Wow, look at that punch. Wow, good move from, let's see, oh, we had a move, but guy overtook 2. Let's see, across the line here, fastest lap so far, TJ McKay, 54.3. Brogan McDonald up 3 places, Jesse Ray McCauley down 2, Mitchell Elliott up 1, and Zach Battersby up 5 places. I know Zach and his dad will be delighted with that result. Coming along the back straight here is our leading bunch. I think TJ still has a good lead ahead of everyone now, but again, these juniors are unbelievable. There's no telling what could happen in these races. Here we go along the start straight. TJ ahead still. 52.8. So no position changes, but the laps are getting ever so quicker. And only a 0.2 second lead ahead of Charlie Condy, the O-Plate winner. Again, bunched up nicely here. Everyone's doing pretty quick laps. Pierre Carnett seems to be our driver who had that incident in the first round. He's not a great end to the weekend, especially after how well he's been driving and after that race win earlier on in the season. He was confident coming in, but that would. Now I know Pierre, he's a good kid, so you keep the head down, keep racing. Oh, big move here into the third last turn. It was a great move. Here we go into the penultimate corner here and come across the line. Heads down, human DRS. Charlie Condy, O-Plate winner, overtakes TJ McKay with a 52.8. And the rest of our grid begins crossing the line here. Charlie's still ahead, wearing that Rotax O-Plate suit. It's hard to miss with the white helmet. Good contrast. He's coming along the final straight here. Oh, the back straight, should I say? Apologies. Another small move there. Didn't see too much of that now, but it's one of those ones that just sneaks up on you. I'm sure that driver will be urgent to get that position back. There you go. Charlie going slightly wide there, but I think TJ read it well. And here we go, he seems to just gain that distance in the last corner again, so 0.3 seconds ahead, so he's pulling ahead ever so slightly, but still 0.3 seconds is not a lot, especially with a long track like this with many turns and long straights. Ethan Barnwell was the move there on Sam McHugh that we just caught the glimpse of at the end of before the back straight begins there. Here we go towards the end of the back straight. His leadership hasn't changed. They're thundering along though. Wow. Having a good line through there. Again, he seems to be taking that last little turn a bit wide, but makes up for it in this. He must. His racing line must be fantastic. The human DRS strikes again, sticking the head down in a 52.5, so pretty quick lap. Yeah, everyone seems to be in that. There's 3 drivers in the 52s, which is fantastic. So the weather has held up for this, so the sun is out also. A bit windy, but I don't think that'll bother these drivers too much. Now 5 laps in, 5 minutes remaining, so we're looking to get maybe 6 or 7 laps out of this. Charlie seems to be pulling away, half a second ahead now, so coming up, taking his racing line through here, and 4th, 5th, 6th seems to be bunched together. We go across the start-finish straight. Ever so slight increase for Charlie, nothing too drastic, still the fastest lap. 0.7 seconds ahead now, which is fantastic. Didn't have TJ done a 52.9 last lap, so Charlie was 4/10 of a second quicker. Again, that bunch of carts through there, it's going towards the back straight. You just know there's a move coming somewhere. Personal best laps for nearly the entire grid also. Charlie's after having a good lap here, pulling away a good bit, so coming towards the second last turn here and across the line again. Again, another fastest lap, 52.4. Everyone gathering around, hopefully everything's okay. Red flag, session's red flagged. We'll get back to you shortly.
Sorry, lads. They're calling it a day, yeah? They're calling it a day, yeah? Yeah, so just say after the Easter on that race. Thanks for joining us in test round. We wish everybody well.
So it seems after the incidents in the Junior Max race, the organisers decided to call it a day for today. So the Senior Max 177 final won't be going ahead. They are all packing up. We wish the drivers involved in the incident the very best, and we're signing off for ourselves as well. So thank you very much for joining us here on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live for round 5 of the Irish National Karting Championship organised by the County Kildare Motor Club. Thank you to our COC, Mickey Brennan, and all the marshals and organisers involved, and to you, our viewers and listeners, for your patience and for hanging in there with us today. We see you again for round 6, and that will be in Athboy on the 26th of July for round 6 of the Irish National Karting Championship. And we wish everybody well and safe journey home. And thank you very much for tuning in.